Hello. Well, I got enough sleep today, but I didn't want to get up. And then Twitter was entertaining me. And then I finally got ready. And then I got here late. Also, Mr. Vamstreak, I put you should have a bit reward emote. You should. There you go. So yeah, I did that yesterday after the stream. Let's uh hello? Hello? What's happening to me? Okay. Huh. I'm supposed to be over here. The Space Marine suit from yesterday has screwed some things up. Yeah. So, yesterday had some weird electrical interference, it seemed, with my microphone. Let me demonstrate this for you. Microphone is all the way over here. And now, oh, come on. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's here. Beep 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 beep. What? There's a really high pitched noise in there. Real high pitched noise frequency inside there. You can really hear it after I stop talking. Like right as I stop talking, it'll do it. Here, let me see if I can pull this up. Here we go. There's a electrical sound in there. And then oh, it's real strong right there. Yeah, it's real strong right there. It's also happening if I push it too far. Had to turn my volume up to hear it. I get that when I plug directly to my PC. but I'm not. I mean, I am from the Go XLR to the PC, but it's only in certain areas of my desk. It's only in certain areas of my desk. And I thought, well, maybe it's my new monitor. So I lift it up towards the monitor, it starts going away. It's only when it's close to the desk. I have two theories. Also get it when I press on the mic jack with my hand. Unfortunately, I don't just have a mic jack. It's an XLR cable that plugs into the back of the Go XLR. And then you've got a regular 3.5 millimeter going to the PC. When I pull it towards me, it doesn't make sense. The only thing that makes sense is there's two metal bars that go underneath my desk. It's a motorized desk, right? So I can raise it and lower it. The only thing I can think of is all of a sudden, because I've had the same wiring configuration for weeks now. A couple of weeks. It's been days, at least days, where everything has been the same. It's been fine. But then all of a sudden yesterday I started getting this interference and I'm like, I don't know where it's coming from. So when I pull it forward, because it's not the monitor, it's not my keyboard, it wasn't the lights on my mouse mat, because I unplugged those. I moved cables away from each other, and none of that made a difference. But when I pull it forward, I get it closer to those support bars. And I thought, well, maybe it's the power strip that I have mounted under the desk. Well, right now it's right over it. Remember one time, I promise I'm not lying, my mic jack was picking up an AM radio. Oh, I don't doubt you. And I know if Grinchy was here, he'd be like, you doubt what happened to me when those interviews, but you believe Vamp was getting AM radios? I still feel bad about doubting him. But in the past, like when I was a kid and we had our landlines, you could pick up the phone and listen to neighbors talking on the phone. So, like, I feel bad about doubting Grinchy, but at the same time, I have more experience with audio weirdness than I do with weirdos coming in and taking plugs out of their behinds and whatnot. But right now, the Go XLR is closer to that power strip mounted under my desk, so there's no reason why when it's further away and at certain positions on my desk, that it gets the interference. I remember that. I remember back in '05, my cell was picking up other people's conversations. Man, even cell phones, huh? Yeah, it's not the Stream Deck, it's not the Power Strip. It's just like very specific spots on my desk. Let me turn the noise gate back up. So I don't know. But it's like it's baffling me, and I can kind of hear it right there. I can't find the sweet spot again. But I think it's mostly fine right now. So probably need a new cable somewhere, or I have most of the cables bundled up together um to wire management, and I think I might bundle up just like audio stuff with each other and the other stuff with each other and do it that way. And I thought I crawled under the desk. I I crawled under the desk, and I noticed the power line, the power cable for the Go XLR was kind of looped in with other power cables. So I took that out and made sure that was separate from the other ones. And I was like, oh, I fixed it. It went away. And then it came back. And then I started moving the Go XLR around. And then found the sweet spot that it wasn't doing it. And I was like, I don't understand any of this. I don't understand what's going on. The XLR cable is a shielded cable, so it has nothing to do with the mic. It only has to do with the Go XLR, the mixer. So now my plan is, do I maybe I could find a mat to put underneath the Go XLR, because it obviously seems desk position related. And if that doesn't fix it, then it definitely is cables somewhere interfering with each other. But like I said, it's only when it's in specific spots on my desk when it does it. Otherwise, I'm good. Hold on. Also, it still could be the monitor though. It still could be the new monitor. Because before I started the stream, I pushed the monitor even further back, and these back, the side ones back, just to give me more wide open space. And now that I've done that, the sweet spot has shifted. But now the mystery is, when I pick up the Go XLR and put it closer and closer to the monitor, why doesn't it do anything? But when it's in line with some of the monitor or whatever, if it's too far back or too far forward from the monitor comparatively on the desk, then it has interference. It's the weirdest issue that I've never had. And now it's just now popping up. Sorry. Oops. I need to find a container to put my vitamin D my vitamin D vitamins in, because the glue on one side of the sealer, like a Ziploc bag sealer, has came off. So now I can't properly seal this thing. Which isn't a huge deal because it's just vitamin D pills. It's not, they're not gonna get hurt. Anyway. Ugh. So that was my adventure yesterday. Figuring out where that buzzing was coming from. I'll mess with it a little bit more today after the stream, you know. It's just strange. Okay. Unreal. Hello? Elgato. 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 When I right click somewhere, the camera works. When I go back into Unreal, it stops working. Oh man. If I'm in Unreal, it doesn't work. Okay, hold on. There we go. Should be fine. I was just I only wanted the virtual cam set up so that I could flip it and reverse it. Inside the Elgato software. Apparently it's not gonna do me any good. Okay. Here we go. We're back. This cylinder, I don't think I need it anymore. Coffee beans. Let's get rid of them out of here. Let's see how things react now that I did that. Everything seems fine. Except for the weird way that those get pushed up. That's not gonna stop being weird. Okay, so we need to set up. Oh, we need a handle, huh? We need a handle. I guess. We can do. We can create a cylinder. It's the radius will be what? 25? I'll make it a little thick. Thick. Yeah. $64 and $64. We don't need it as tall. What's oof, not tall enough. Hopefully that'll be tall enough. And then we'll just deform it. We'll warp it. Do a bend. 180 bend. Very good. Easy peasy. Now we need to rotate it. We'll shove it in there just a little bit. That'll be fine. Make sure it's not poking out the other side. I now pronounce you cup and handle Congratulations. There we go. Now it's just simply called merge. Coffee cup. There we go. Ooh. Hold on. We need a... There we go. Perfect. There we go. Where are we in relation to all of this? Okay. Slow that camera down, please. Now I think I want to rotate this a few degrees, like 15 degrees. And then we're gonna raise it up. Like so. And then what do we want the camera angle to be? It's definitely not gonna be 35, as if it's a 35 millimeter camera. That could work. And then we're gonna need to work on the lighting now. We have a directional light. But that needs to be toned down. Man, I got it almost perfect. So we've got a bit of a problem, and this is the last time that I rotated the cup. I had this problem where the stuff started trying to push through the mesh of the cup, as you can see. And I'm not exactly sure how to fix that. So maybe we do an angle like this. It's not going to fill up all the way in the video. It's going to be very very minor, I guess you'd say. So yeah. Everything when I go into Unreal, just any video that I have, like previewing my Twitch or YouTube stream, it all locks up. It's fine. Maybe it's the scalability that's kind of making things a little bit too rough. Yeah, now everything's fine. Okay, anyway. We need to set up some lights. What kind of lights do we want, though? Rectangular light, maybe? Heading to bed? All right. This time you're going to bed on time. That's good. Have a good rest, man. We can do like that. And then also pull it back. So it's not quite so crazy. And then we will duplicate it. For some reason, duplicating it in this deal does not work correctly for me. And then we're going to this one is Lux. Huh. I don't know why this one affects it way more than the other one. Oh, hello? Oh, I'm in the backdrop. That's right. Having a stark contrast is going to be good for what I need. Okay. So I don't think you can rotate this. Like this and have it shoot outside. Yeah, this doesn't work that way. Unfortunately. Because it's not a fountain. So maybe we should change it to a fountain? We can add velocity. And the velocity would be not the z-axis, but like the y-axis. That's actually not doing anything. Woo, 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 woo. Why would that not do anything? Uh... Maybe a linear force? But then it doesn't... It doesn't fall like you think it would. So that's not gonna be it. Add emitter. Let's see. I'm gonna just do a fountain just to see how. We got initialize particle, shape location, and add velocity in cone. Particle spawn, add velocity in cone. Do I need to turn off the speed limit? Nope, that solve forces and okay. Gravity? That's not doing anything. Okay, let's look at this again. Okay, initialize particle. Mm-hmm. And then you got a shape location. Which that's all the same. And then add velocity, speed, minimum, maximum, speed along. Point 0.25, 0.5. Random range float, okay. That's what they do with that, alright. That still doesn't really change how mine does it. This does have gravity, okay. So we can turn the gravity back on. But then I've got that. Drag. I guess we can turn the speed limit off and see what happens. It's certainly doing something. Oh, I also have my gravity different. But that's still not. I need the speed limit so that when they come out, they are fine. But I think it's the speed limit that's doing that, but I have to have the speed limit so that they don't fling. Because our stuff is different. Ours has collision. Theirs does not have collision. If there was a way to start the collision after a certain amount of time, that would be good. But I don't think you can do that. I don't think that's how that works. Or will work. And then, yeah, this would be, like that. If I wanted to do it. One. Unfortunately, because of the collision stuff, that's what happens. We might be able to tweak this on the curve to work. But I don't think it's ever gonna work properly for me. Just because of the nature of the situation. That's just the nature of the situation, it seems. When you're doing nearest neighbor or neighbor grid 3D stuff. So I appreciate the fountain, but I cannot use the fountain. So the add velocity and cone, unfortunately, doesn't seem like it's going to work for me. What's double of that? 28, 29, 2, 8. And 980 plus 980 is 18. 60. Yeah. I would really like to be able to do it that way, but I could add a little bit of, so it, our gravity force. I could add a little bit to the y-axis. A little bit. And maybe we could do... Maybe we could do a... vector from curve. So the y curve would start out as that. As actually, the y curve would start out at like 250. Holy cow. Where is this? And then, yeah, and then at 1, it would be 0. So theoretically, it will go that way. Okay. And then the z-axis will start at there and get stronger. So we can kind of have it come out, and then the y-axis will stop being so strong. And then you've got a little bit of a waterfall there. And I'm actually going to do it at 1860. Yeah, so the Y one starts out strong and then tapers off. So it's more like a waterfall. And then that could be nice. That could do good. I wonder how strong I could make that at the beginning. That's pretty good. And we've got the speed limit in place, so it's not too crazy. Or do we even need the speed limit now because we have the gravity doing that stuff? Ooh, woo. Yep, we still need the speed limit. Maybe we can raise it up a little bit. Not too crazily, but a little bit. I'm trying to tighten up the particles a little bit. But that's doing pretty good. That's not bad. Oh, heads. Good. All right. I want to come to this. 980 plus 980 is 1860. But not in 80.665 times 2 is 1961.33. 1961.33. I'm trying to make this accurate. 1961.33. For some reason, some of these values it doesn't like, and I don't understand it, but I'm not a programmer, so I just need to go with the flow. Go with the flow. Jeez. I need to, hold on. This is gonna get real bright, probably, unfortunately. That's not dark enough. go. It's still not dark enough, huh? Oops. There we go. That looks nice. That way it's not completely black background behind everything here, but... Okay, I need to copy that source. Just give me a second. Okay. Okay. I don't like complete black as my background of stuff. It's not as visually appealing. And it can actually cause pure black with stuff on top of it can actually cause more eye strain, so. Okay, so we've got a decent little system here. We've modified the gravity force so that it comes out more like a fountain rather than a straight down line. Let's go ahead and save that. And then we can test that out here. Like so. There you go. Then you can pull the camera in there and so the other thing I would like to change for that is I don't think we need to do add velocity. That is not actually doing us any good. So let's just delete that off of our deal there. And then if we tighten up this radius, does that affect anything? Not really. Just trying to find a way if I could tighten up the particles from flinging too wildly. I don't think that's gonna be a thing though. But that's fine, I guess. could warm it up a little bit. Like a 4100. And this one, maybe 4500. No, 5100. Kind of contrast it a little bit. And then that's never going to fully render as long as the beans are pouring down. Do I need to set this back up? I might need to set that back up. I didn't, yeah. Let's see. Path tracing. Path tracing is checked. It is hardware. Okay. Dynamic global illumination. Yep, yep. Reflection. Yep. Software ray tracing mode. Can try that. I wonder why it won't render. It's almost acting like the beans are still doing their thing, even though they're not. I've got an idea for the mug. Let's visualize. Let's do the where is it at? Where is it at? Wait, where is it? Visibility collision. Player collision. There's supposed to be a way to see. Oh, it's in here. Visualize mesh distance fields. Which there is something there. But it's not very detailed. As you can see. It's really, I mean, it's hard to see. But there's something going on with that cup, that it's not a very solid object. Right? Now if I do global distance field, we've got this mess of a thing. And for some reason that doesn't light. So, whoops. I'm thinking I need to go in here and remesh it. Possibly. That affects a little bit. That doesn't seem to affect much. Now I've got these visible lines. I don't know if I want to tolerate that. Let's see how the beans react to the cup now. Do they still try to push through? Yeah. A little bit. They're still pushing through, especially over here. So that didn't help anything. I don't see them trying to push through the mesh as much now. If at all. So that's a good thing. Let's restart it. Yeah, they're not even getting close to pushing through now. Okay. That's good. Okay, that's acceptable. Cool. Now we need to figure out why why the bean is doing that. We also need to go to our coffee bean. I don't know if it needs nanite. I'll enable it. Preserve area. I wanted to go here. Distance field resolution. I wanted to bump up to 3 just to see if that does anything for our particles. A little bit. It helps it a little bit. But we're still getting some weird boundaries. The overall collisions are good, but we can still, it still needs to be refined quite a bit. So let's go to our bean. Where is he at? We're going to go over to our bean here. And we're going to do different layouts. Need to find it. Really wish I could get that bigger. Let's scale it up here so we can see things a bit better. We can squish this a little bit. I'm not seeing anything out of the ordinary. I need to move it away from everything. Let's blow it up even more. I'm not seeing anything looking too out of the ordinary. Let's go to remesh. We're gonna bump that up a little bit. I don't know if discarding attributes is gonna be better or worse. That's not doing anything. Okay, I did that, and then I did, I think a polygroup edit. Recalculate the normals. And then, did I do a simplify? No. What did I do? Retriangulate? No. Ah. Regenerate extra corners. That's what I did. Okay. And then we will put that back down to its original state. I guess we should save that too. Let's go into our particles here. I want to pause it. I want to look at our mesh here. If I can. Yeah, everything's looking pretty good. I'm wondering if I should turn the randomness off of the mass size. I don't think it's gonna make too much of a difference, but might be worth doing. So did this... Jeez. Hold on. Slow this down a little bit. Okay, the triangles on here are not what they should be. That could be a problem. Okay, here we are. I'm going to turn that back down. We'll do that. Preparing shaders. That's doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. I still want to... Approximate size 653. So that's different now. Okay. That is different. Our mesh is different now. So we need to do 653. Okay. Let's do a full rebuild on this as well, just because. There we go. You should do that every once in a while. We're at 653 instead of 753. That's going to make a difference in how they collide for sure. And yes, I can definitely already see a difference on how they're interacting in there. Not quite as many weird collision things going on. Not perfect, but better. It's gonna be real hard to get perfect. What was I gonna do? I was thinking about doing something. It would be cool if they gave you exact measurements. But I don't know where I would find exact measurements. They have the approximate size, but not the exact size. Where would I find the exact size of a mesh? We have the additional data. Oh. No, we don't. I don't know what that is. Tell you one thing, I don't want it in here. I don't want to mess something up accidentally. I don't need to do that. Pixel inspector. Let's debug stuff. The simple and complex collisions are the exact same, but overall, I mean, they're not... I mean, we could see if there was any egregious problems, but I'm really not seeing anything that's gonna be really problematic for the collisions. So there's no weird parts that are like too far out or anything like that, so is this the screen I might be looking for? It's still approximate size. I don't want approximate. I want uh hmm. Let's see if I can find something about that. How to find absolute size parameter. Um So I need to create a blueprint for that? Um, I guess I'll just do an actor class. Get size blueprint. Let's see if I can figure this out. Event graph. No, construction script. Object. Or maybe I can make a blueprint off of, hold on. Create blueprint using this. Blueprint. Static mesh. Get static mesh. And then struct. Get bounding. Get bounds. I need an output of I need a like an announcer to tell me. Why can't I remember what? I don't know how I'm going to get it to announce that though. If I drag it out here. It is not. I don't think it's telling me anything right now. So just because I have that doesn't mean it's doing anything. Because, I mean, we have a compiler deal, but here. The current value of the in-element handle pin is invalid. In-element handle. Okay. Give me a no? Hmm. Alright, while the ads run, I'll helps to type the correct. Oh, target is our static mesh. And the element element handle would be sure. No. So where does this send the message? Okay, we'll try it here. We'll do... B. Draw debug box. Okay. And then we have our actor, which will do get actor. Get local bounds. Sometimes you can change. Okay. Is that our bean? Yes. Also, there's another one from the blueprint. Hmm. What do you have? Bounding box. Get size of static mesh. Huh. Target mesh. Why is... Why is my why is my mesh not showing up? Because I don't have a UV, mesh UV. I need a new keyboard, man. Get bounding box. Target is this. Return value. Now, where does that value go? It's not in the output log. So where do I find it? Okay. Now what? Uh... Surely that's not the bounding box that I have set for the particles, right? Right. That's the bounding for the entire bounding box there. Which is kind of lined up with that, not real accurately, but I guess decently accurately. Oh, I can see the rotation of it. Okay, cool. I'm seeing the bounds. That's all good and whatnot. Now I want to know, how do I view the stats from that? I want to be able to see what the blueprint is saying to me. Right? So when I click that, I want to be able to see I don't know what MR mesh is, you know? Stuff like that. That doesn't give me anything. Object. That's not. Unfortunately, that's not it either. Character? Oh, I was looking for actor. Actor is not a deal. Character. Nope. I want to know what the information is. Whoa, 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 whoa. Too fast camera. So, am I able to change the bounds here? I don't want a blocking volume. Hmm. I guess it seems accurate enough. Am I able to see that in here? I don't think I can. That would be so cool if I could see the bounding box of the particles. I bet there's a way to do it. Show beams emitter bounds. Yep, that's that. Which I think is... No. It's not that. That's from the emitter. Alright, edge plane. Good time to finish at least one of my Cliff Bars. Since we're on here, width will be 2560 and height will be maybe 50. And then we can do a show transition of move. Appearing will become from the left. And then it's not making anything disappear, so I don't really need to worry about that. Sorry, this box is really big. And for some reason, this keeps getting set to 5,000. I don't know why. It's really annoying though. Okay, and then it's hide transition will also be move. And since it's disappearing, it will disappear to the left. Okay. And that time will be 1:30. So 1.5 minutes to milliseconds will be 90,000. That makes sense. So on time bar, that will be 9,000. No, 90,000, sorry. It won't let me type 90,000. Why won't it let me type 90,000? What? The highest you can go is 20,000. Really? And why is that? So I might not be able to do that then. Also, I don't want it no easing. No easing. Not sure why it moved down like that, but there. That would be really cool if we could get that to work for 1:30. Maybe I can change. I can't change it to seconds from milliseconds. How to make OBS transition longer than 60 seconds. Longer than 60 seconds. I love this comment. If you're doing this in a recorded video, fix it in post, but it seems like it would be a lot of dead air. If you're doing this during a stream, transitions that take longer than 10 seconds are going to be a lot of dead air. 10 seconds already is a lot of dead air. Yeah, well, you're not... Nobody cares about the dead air. We're not using it for dead air. These people complain, that's too long. Nobody cares. Of course he didn't get a response. transition matrix plugin. And a more flash transition table. Okay. Latest update was October 4th. That's not what I'm looking for. Let's see. Longer OBS transitions. Okay, let's try this. Transitions longer than 20 seconds OBS. That was 2 years ago. Alright, well, that's not gonna be a thing right now. Okay. Cool. That's not gonna be a thing right now. We're gonna have to figure something else out. Okay. We got this. Deal. But I want to know... Hmm. What is that? Oh, it's the directional light. Okay. Man, look at that. That is something special. Am I able to, I don't think that changed anything. That is special looking. I'm gonna put it over here. I want to see if... Yeah, okay. That looks like it did too much? No. Didn't do too much, it's just funky. How come the handle is like almost perfect, but the rest is just a mess? That doesn't change anything. Hmm.
Did you fix your notifications?
Yep. Hey, thanks for the 20 months, man. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Yeah, that's not really doing anything for me. Okay. We'll just set it to 3 and keep it at 3. I don't need to mess with that. Oops. That is not changing the distance field resolution at all, no matter what I do. Okay, well. Let me change that to lit. That's a bit of a flashbang there. I'm not sure what I'm gonna have to do to get that to show me what it's doing. Cool. I was just making sure that the notification did play on the audio. uh... It did play on the audio. That's the cool thing about YouTube is you can rewind in real time and make sure something works. Pretty cool. Magic. And Vampstreak has taken advantage of the newest point redemption thing that I added. And I imagine that you will too. Vampstreak is a huge fan of the new point redemption item. Nope. Not that one.
Fascinating story. Any chance you're nearing the end?
There it is. I will be making more of that kind of stuff in the future. Get actor bounds. Get component bounds. Yes, I get that. But how do I do anything with that? Target is actor. Opponent bounds. Static mesh is the component. It's not. Obtain static mesh dimensions in a blueprint. So many unhelpful things. How to find exact size of static mesh. I don't know. I'm not getting oops. There we go. Okay. I'm not finding what I need. So I think we might just have to play with it a little bit. So we're gonna turn off gravity, point attraction force. And then also spawn rate off. Spawn burst into invisibility. Let's do 20. Is it spawning is it spawning over and over? Okay. So here we can see that there's obviously some issues. So we want to go to here. Now I'm gonna start with one less than each one says. Just to start off. which it's already a little better than it was before, except for that collision. Maybe we will up this up. Make that a little bit more. So we can kind of see what's going on here. Okay. I can make this a little bigger. There we go. Okay, there, and then we have collision, which we will put at 542. Okay. Now, is there a way? Link and input. Link, I would like to grab particles collision radius. Maybe we could make this a vector from float. No. No. So there's one problem here. I guess I could add a new user parameter. Make new. It's not a float. It's not. Why am I having a problem with this? It's not a vector 4. I need a vector 3. Vector. There we go. And we'll call this mesh dimensions. And then we will link it to mesh dimensions. Okay. And then we will go into collision and we will link it with our mesh dimensions. That way they will always stay the exact same between these two values, which I think those are the only two that I have to worry about. I think that's all I have to worry about as far as the mesh dimensions. So, just making sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the only ones. That I have to worry about. Okay. So now if we go in here and we change these, they will always stay the same. Now we have some problems here. One. um, 20. There we go. No more constantly spawning. Okay. Our biggest problem looks to be our Z coordinates. Our Z dimensions. And I'm not sure if the approximate size rounds up after 0.5 or 0.6. If I make that 5, what happens? Okay, that's not our problem then. The Z coordinate is not our problem. It might be this. We'll just look at this again. And it is 753. Make sure I am using the right mesh. Final. Okay. So they want it to be 753, but that's not working out the best. I don't know if it's just I don't have enough grids, which that shouldn't be a problem. If we have just one grid, since it's only 200 particles, it shouldn't have problems. So, yeah, that's not the problem. I'm still getting this stuff happening. So is it this? Okay, let's change it all to 0. And then we'll keep adding to this number first. Until it seems like that is interacting mostly good. What's up, Red Dragon? Yeah, they are clipping. I'm trying to figure out the best mesh dimensions to set for them to not clip and not be too far apart as well. Because even though I'm using the approximate size defined by this, it's not doing it the way I would think it would. What's their volume? I don't think they have a volume. I don't think any of these have a volume. There is a math problem or a deal. So, like, I have a collisions reader here that's going through and finding all that. The only problem is that you have to set you still have to set the initial dimensions of the mesh for it to read from. So now I'm just like, we've got that. Now I'm just like fine-tuning it, basically. Because not every mesh is the same, you know. If I put just regular old spheres here that were, you know, 1 centimeter or whatever. Let's see if I can... find it here. Cube 1 sphere. If I do that, and then I just set these to 1, 1, 1. Oh, they are also having a problem. Even though they are 1. Okay. Why not a magnetic pull with collisions on? Start the beams from a distance and let them all gravitate towards your chosen center. Because I need the beams to collide with each other. And the magnetic... Oh, you said collisions on. Just because you turn collisions on doesn't make them do it correctly. I will attempt to do an example. So let's make a new Niagara system, and we'll just do a fountain, and we'll call it test collision. And we'll go in here and instead of a sprite renderer, we will add a mesh renderer, and we will... I'll just do that sphere. 1 unit. And we will do, that's all fine. -1, so it'll point down. And then we want to particle update. We want to add collision, right? Collision. Particle radius scale. We're doing mesh. And we'll do maximum axis. And 1. And that should be enough to kind of do what you're saying. So we'll put it in here. I need to slow them down. I mean, I only spent 20 minutes in Unreal so far in my life, so never trust my judgment. I mean, I just want to show why it's not exactly going to work. Because I get what you're saying. Also, they need infinite life. Infinite loop behavior. The system. That should be enough to. Are they falling through the environment? What is going on here? Why are they dying? Lifetime. Uh, 30 seconds. So, as you can see, they simply just pile up on each other and they don't collide with each other because they have no way, with just the regular Unreal system, they have no way of determining the other meshes around them. So, you do I bet you this would be easier in Unity. Maybe. I have no idea. So, what you do, that's a blueprint that I don't need anymore. Anyway, so what you do is you create a neighbor grid 3D. Well, I'm not going to be infinitely filling it up with beans, but it's going to be long enough to, you know, realistically pouring into. So this is what taking this off, take this off, take this off. Put our bean back on. Coffee bean final. And what they're going to be doing is falling in there. now all of a sudden they're not reacting properly. That's not how it's supposed to be. This might be an instance of, I need to restart Unreal. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna restart Unreal. Because sometimes that happens. Why not actually spawn objects then? Because it's still gonna be, well, I have 6 to 8 different scenes that I want to create, and each scene is going to present a different challenge for me to fulfill and learn how to do. So it's all like a planned out project that will present new challenges for me to learn so that I can learn more and more about the Unreal Engine. So I have goals set in mind so I don't get lost. So I don't open this up and I'm like, I don't know what to learn today. I don't know what to do. So I will always have a different goal in mind and to do. You may not understand my actions, but they are all for a greater good. Trust me. I get what you're saying, but I need to learn different things, and this is a way to set those goals in motion to learn those things. Okay. Are we... That's still not correct. What happened? Well, I understand nothing. It's... Maybe it's because of that. That might have been it. Anyway, so they'll do basically this. Landing into the coffee cup. Recently dabbled in Unity shader graph. Glad there are tutorials because that frustrated me. Oh, yeah. So, what I was showing just a minute ago with our deal. So this is just a custom HLSL reader, which is high level shader language. Which this is basically just creating shader stuff, I guess. Just to do all this kind of stuff. So basically we create a grid, and inside that grid there's a number of particles that can be calculated, and if there's too many in those grids, in that grid, it will attempt to push that particle out of the grid, and then it will be calculated in a different grid type of deal. So if you're in here and you say, I want max beans of 2 in a grid, it's gonna start acting weird. And trying to pop them out, you can see them really like bursting them out because there's too many particles in the grid that it's spawning in, and it acts funky. So if you set that higher to say 20, it's still going to act a little weird because again, it's too many particles in one grid. And we only have one grid right now, so if I do 10 and then lower this number to say 20, it's not going to act as bad because there's more grids for these particles to be able to interact. And this is a deal you have to just kind of mess with. But anyway, I'm doing it this way to learn as much as I can with a plan and goal in mind. I just figured you would have a tube that's filled with objects and let it run empty. Well, yes and no. So this is this type of stuff is usually not used in, let's say, like real-time games because it gets heavy quickly. Or it can be heavy very quickly based on how many particles that you spawn. So most of the time they just have, you know, particles that will collide with the cup but won't collide with each other, and as soon as they collide and hit the floor or whatever, then they set a setting to where the particle basically just dies and it gets evaporated from the system. That way it's high performant, bounces off of basic stuff, and then goes away. But what I'm doing is something that you would do more in like a motion picture, like a movie or something like that. I'm not making a game, I'm creating a film, a video. I see the Coffee Bean advert. Yeah, basically. So I've gotten the basic system working pretty well. Now I'm just trying to fine tune it so when the beans are on the floor, they don't look like they're floating. They're colliding more realistically to each other. And the last step is basically just setting the mesh dimensions correctly to do so. So that's what I'm doing. Just trying to get them to collide a little more realistically. What is going to be next? The next thing, so I'm doing abstract concepts for each scene. Let's see, I have this somewhere. Let me open up my board here. Why does it keep changing my setting to 5 seconds? Anyway, so this is the board. What I would have liked was this scene with a tiny change. And what would that change be? The beans get shot so hard that the cup gets destroyed bit by bit. So, a little funny that you mentioned that. Our next scene here, this one will be a pyramid that slowly crumbles with more physics. So you get the beans going into the cup. You've got the pyramid that kind of represents the beans being ground up. It's all abstract concept, weirdo stuff. So they'll get, the pyramid will crumble to represent beans being ground up. The next one will be beans going into the cup again, like voxels or something else, sort of like voxels, yeah. Then this one will be the beans kind of going into the cup again, but now their texture will be kind of fading in on them as they fall to represent the flavor coming out after you've ground up the bean. Now the flavor and aroma is coming, so the texture will fade in on the beans as they're falling into the cup. So we've got the destruction stuff, and then we'll be messing with custom material animations, and then we'll have a fluid system here. That'll be like the coffee brewing. And then we'll have this one here, which will be looking down on a coffee cup with coffee in it. And then you'll start seeing like ripples in the fluid happening. And then an explosion, like an explosion of flavor in your mouth. Quite the steep learning curve here at Coffee Beans Central. Well, I just wanted to... I've gotten most of the absolute basics down, you know. Modeling something, moving stuff around, animating things with keyframes, creating particle systems, basic ones. So then I moved on to more complex particle systems with colliding particles and all that kind of stuff. And then, you know, just kind of move on from there. And each one I'll learn more and more things. So yeah, that's the plan. So in the future we could collaborate on a project. It's possible. It's possible. Also, I'm coming at it from a graphic designer point of view. But I'm sure a lot of the things that I do learn will eventually be able to be carried over into something like a game project. And then, you know, yeah, then it could be a short like a game jam type deal where we collaborate on making a game. But right now I'm in the process of learning all the things that I need to learn. My 3D stuff is still pretty rough. As somebody who did, you know, video editing, Photoshop, all that kind of stuff, and then moving to 3D, yeah, it's complicated. But It's been a lot of fun learning. That's for sure. So yeah, once I get this dialed in, I'll then render out like 120 FPS render thing, and then in DaVinci Resolve I'll be able to like really slow down, do some slow-mo stuff with the beans falling into the cup. Just real, you know, just experimental, abstract stuff that I find cool. Did you ever leave the review for that game jam I made somewhere? No, and honestly, the last couple of days I've thought about your game, and I'm like, man, I got so busy with other stuff that I forgot to go back and play that again. So it is on my docket, in my schedule to do this week. I know there's no pressure, but I did feel a little bit bad for just like, man, I just got busy and then work and all that. So, but yeah, it's on the docket for the week. Yeah, I need to dial this in. Never feel bad. You know, I just don't like telling people that I'm gonna do stuff and then I don't do it. It's just one of those things. And the main reason I feel bad is because before I started being on the medicine to basically fix my hypersomnia, is I did a lot of promising and not fulfilling. I did a lot of promising without fulfilling. And when I do it now that have been getting better, it makes me feel bad that I still do that. But most of the time now, in the last 2.5 months or whatever, it's more of a, I'm actually busy and doing things, and that's why I'm forgetting, rather than me telling somebody I'm going to do something and then just not doing it because I don't feel like it. It's like, I hopefully that makes sense. So yeah. Let's see what we got. $4.8. Started making a website on the side for a friend. I get paid like €9 per hour, but it's for my own learning experience and to help someone. 40 hours total, and it's pretty much done. Nice. What did you code it in? Angular. Angular is an open source JavaScript framework written in TypeScript. Huh. Angular is an open source front-end framework that is actively used in web development. This technology is one of the 3 most popular web frameworks among professional developers. Huh. Well, shows how long I've been out of the game. Cool. That's cool. Use the JSON file to store objects in so the owners can expand the content of the website itself later on without my assistance. Sweet. Well, my last front-end framework that I used was HTML4. Along with the usual, you know, CSS and PHP and a little bit of MySQL for server end stuff, and or to like draw values from the server side. And then when I thought, you know, maybe I should, you know, it's been long enough, the recession is the 2008 recession's gone. Maybe I'll try to get back in the business. Oh, they use HTML5 now, huh? Yeah, I don't have time to learn that right now. That's my history. Let's see. I'm gonna continue with this. Right. It was looking pretty decent. I'm wondering if I should turn off the rest state. Yeah, I'm a fan of zero upkeep web dev. It's very handy to be able to allow the client to be able to update stuff themselves, for sure. I think the rest state is what I do to help with the insane rotations. So I use free hosting, which severely limits the allowed size of your project. Yes. And then they can just push their changes. Yeah. Oh. My deal was drowning in beans. My deal back then was WordPress started popping off, and learning how to create custom websites, but using the WordPress backend to allow customers, clients to go in and make new pages and change or edit content themselves via the WordPress UI. That works pretty good. Never used WordPress? I don't think it's as popular these days as before, so for a while everybody used it because it allowed front-end developers to do cool looking websites but not have to worry too much about the back end stuff. But WordPress started as it was just a blogging system, but we all figured out how to make full websites with it. Yeah, I think the rest states, I don't, the fun part about Angular is you also get to use TypeScript, which is just JavaScript with enforced types. Less hitting your head against the wall than pure JavaScript for sure. Okay. I dabbled a little bit into JavaScript back in the day. Obviously, it's probably gotten a lot more complicated. And then Flash. When Macromedia Flash and Adobe Flash was a thing, the action scripting in there was based on JavaScript. And I dabbled a little bit in that. Let's see here. How are we looking on the floor? Okay, these values for ones like this, that's the ones that are giving me problems. Not that it matters that much. Your hitbox seems to be off center. That might be what's causing it. I thought I had it centered. but maybe it got messed up somehow. Alright, let's go to our bean then. Turn this off. So it seems to be rolling around some invisible olive air that's off center. Yeah. Yeah. We'll try that. See if that helps anything. Too big of a hitbox? Well, that's what the mesh dimensions over here is supposed to fix. I just gotta figure out which ones are causing the problems and which ones are not. And unfortunately, just check in your inspector. Well, in your inspector. That's your... You're asking things that I don't... Yeah. Because, okay, so collisions on the particles, even though they're a mesh particle, it doesn't show collisions for those particles. So... Unless there is another way that I can find it out. You can see your bound. Well, no, you can't. Not for the particles. Only for the regular meshes. Is there no drawing a debug sphere or something? There is, for just the simple mesh. Hold on, let me turn off the so if I go here and show where was it? Advanced? The bounds. I can see the bounds this way. Let me turn down the camera. I can see the bounds this way. And the bounds are supposed to be the pink box. Your bounds are circular. Yes. How to change bounds. I might be able to go into this. But now, how do I change the actual bounds? That's just material slot. Positive, negative bounds extension. I touched it, it locked up. Give it a second. Unreal is unhappy with me right now. My mouse isn't even showing up on the window. Next time, here we go. Okay, we'll try one. I'm just gonna type them in. Okay, -5. Where are we at? Okay. That's that. Can I... It doesn't look like I can really... It doesn't like it when I drag it. Well, that's not how you change that. That just moves it. That doesn't scale it. It's saying there's something in the details panel. Bounds scale. Let's there is no bounds scale. It's just extension. It's only there when you select a deal in the level. So let's search for bounds. Bounds scale. Okay. But I need a vector for that. I need a vector 3, not just a 1. Okay, let's start with 0.5 and see if we can change it with this. Yeah. Yeah, the documentation is, it can be something. So that's, okay. Change mesh bounds. A lot of it is just, I don't know what the sphere is. The sphere is nothing according to what is the yellow sphere when viewing bounds. It is used for occlusion culling. Making sorry. Is there no type of bounds with more edges? Read that one in Unity. There's a collider shape called capsule. If anything, that should be ideal. There's like two circles with a cylinder between them, making a tic-tac shape. Yes. I have seen this somewhere. But I can't remember where I did that. Here, add capsule simplified collision. It was like this, but that's simply for the collision. Right now, the collision is, don't drag the mouse. Right now, the collision is based on the actual mesh. Now the problem is how do I... Okay, let's delete collision. Simplified, but it doesn't... How do I... modify that. Here it is. Okay. Center radius length. So we got this, and then I guess I could pull it out a little bit. The problem is the radius. You don't get a 3 vector, you just get 2 values, and that's it. So you get the length, which is this. And you get a radius. Yep, the drawback. Yeah. And I don't know if this will actually change anything. We can certainly see. But I don't think their collision is even going to consider that capsule. I guess the other way we could test it is going in there and making it too small. Like so. And as you can see, it doesn't use that. It is using the mesh dimensions. So if we do 5 on there, we can kind of eventually figure out which one is the problem. Let's set them all to 1 just to see. Which they're gonna just fall through the cup now. We'll put this at 2. Okay. You could try one approach. One approach. Rotate the ratio. X to Y to Z. So, on my approximate, so if I'm understanding you, it says approximate size 753, and then try 573 or I think I have tried that before. Three, 7, 5. Yeah. I think I tried it once and I was like, well, that didn't work, so I stopped, but I didn't rotate him to this degree. One of those numbers is just too big in general. I mean, they're bouncing against the cup pretty well, so with those dimensions. Yeah, now we can tweak them. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, that is looking pretty good. And they're kind of piling on each other a little bit better inside the cup with those settings. It's almost like the mesh is not, is it not facing the right way? Is that what's causing the problem? Oh yeah, I figured you'd help a little bit. You might not know Unreal too much, but you know more about this stuff than I do. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So maybe my mesh is like turned in general, and that's why it's causing weird things. But that doesn't make sense to me when you look at this. It gives you the 753, but the 753 is not correct. That doesn't really make sense. So yeah, now we can tweak them just a little bit. Try 5.8. Approx to integer mostly isn't. Yeah. Otherwise it would have given decimals. Well, what I'm trying to say is, why didn't it say 375 or 365 instead of the 753? It's like, if the mesh is in that window, they always face a certain way, so it gives you those dimensions in that order. But in your level, the mesh might actually be turned or whatever and cause it to not be that. You get what I'm saying? I think that is that one. So let's try 4.8 on that one. That didn't help at all. Try here then. Or maybe this needs to go down. Dang it! I need that one. Okay. There's a specific that angle right over there
where they're facing right side up that they have the most problem. Right here. Is this setting? There is going to be one edge case you can't fix. Yeah. I'll try to get it as best as I can and then say, well, I think that's going to be good enough. And I think that is it. Here, let me try turning that up to 10 and see if they raise up more. They do. Okay, so it is that setting. Am I not able to get it? Any flatter? Almost looks like not. Float in the opposite, yeah. I think that's gonna be the one for now. The good enough values. So the things move like spheres, have rectangle hitboxes and custom meshes. Unreal, what the heck? Yeah. Yep. That's been the Unreal journey. Now I can mess with the mass a little bit. Oop, it's spitting them out at the bottom a little bit there. See what happens with that. Sometimes you just need like 0.1 and then it will stop clipping through your objects. Still clipping down there. Down to the bottom. Expectation, reality. So true. Oh. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's trying to poop it out. Yeah, let's just try putting it at 3. It might not like the 0.2 decimals either. Well, I mean, you can see where they stop. It's thicker. It's thick enough, or it should be. The smaller, I've found with Niagara collision stuff, the smaller the particle, the harder it is to not. The harder it is to get it to not clip through objects. So we might need to just make it not be as small with the mass. Then supersize everything. Yeah. Yeah, I thought about that once. I decided not to do it. I don't know why. Okay, well, I think that's gonna be about as good as I want it to do. So now I think we need a, could you set the mass to 100 times for fun? Sure, I'll show you what happens. Mass modulation 100. They get even smaller. And because they're smaller, they just go right through there. The mass, that is not how mass works. So the mass modulation actually affects the size with the way we're doing things. So is used as a mass multiplier. Now I think if you change it to styrofoam, might be different. But that's just how it is, how it interacts with the mass in our code. It's probably something to do with, there's a -1 somewhere in here. Collision radius. Read mass. Other mass. Get flow by index. Attribute mass. Mass percentage equals mass divided by mass plus other mass. And then the final offset vector is plus or equal to 1.0 minus mass percentage times the overlap times the push direction unit, which all has to do with when they're colliding, making sure that they don't go too far into each other. Is there no heavy material? Yeah, I mean, it would work differently if it wasn't for, like, the way my code works. I'm sure it would be completely different if I wasn't using the code that I was using. But because of the way this code is, that's how it works. Low mass multiplier, but steel. Let me try restarting it. It's still wanting to go through it. Yeah, so you haven't really sold the Unreal software, man. Well, you know, it can't all be perfect. It's like quantum physics. Yeah, for real. A lot of people use the styrofoam. I don't know why, but they do. Every tutorial I've seen for something like this, they've used styrofoam. Nope, too much. I wonder if I could switch this for the instantaneous. Oh. It's getting a little jittery in there. 355. It's not supposed to. I'm wondering if there's a setting that I forgot about. Do minimum collision to 1 instead. Might not be enough grids. Because my grid size is so large. Try that. No. Or maybe too many grids? Those are, they're shoving each other out of the grid. When that happened. The extreme velocities is getting each other out of the grid. I also had, I did. Okay, never mind. Go back to one grid with a lot of interactions available. That might be because they're like pushing into each other. As well. Or not. There's only 100 particles and it can handle that. I don't know why they're jittering. Let's try going back to rock. I guess I just never noticed it because I was using the spawn rate instead. Might also be because there's some stuck inside there and it's freaking out about that. Let's put in that value that they're trying to tell me the mesh is and see what happens. No. Never mind. Almost feel like there is barely a threshold for zero movement. Yeah. Might be able to lower the restitution. It also might be because it's going into an angled mesh. We'll try with no rest state. No. Yeah, there's some particles stuck in there, and then it's acting real weird because of it. So if we took the coffee cup away, everything would be fine. Forgot I had the bounding. Yep. Well, that's my break. All right, thanks, man. Thanks for stopping by. My break's coming up. Go get a coffee and eat some food. And then we'll play some Space Marine 2. All right, well, we'll have to figure out the coffee cup situation tomorrow. And figure out why it's being so weird with it. Might have to make a new coffee cup mesh just to deal with it. That's not a big deal. So yeah, it is 5:30. The coffee shop is open. Stop changing it to 5,000 milliseconds, you scum. Stop it. Anyway, I'll be back in a little bit. I won't be back later than the 8 a.m. that I usually am if I do go to the gym. But I am gonna go get coffee and eat some food, and then we'll fill ourselves with as much testosterone as we possibly can with Space Marine 2. I will see you all in a little bit. Bye-bye.